Wait, I just realized, according to my data here, the previous stream was today, not yesterday. Alright. I'll rename this to yesterday. That's okay. Hello, Nerdsoul. Alright, today we are participating in and down to jam. Game jam. And the theme for the game jam is plants. Hello, Pigorly. What are we planting? Bum 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 bum. How to view the YouTube that is embedded? Like, this is annoying. I need to click, and then there is the link to watch on YouTube, but it disappears because it thinks that I'm a bot, but I'm not a bot. And to click it quickly. Boop, there you go. If you click it if you click it fast enough, then you can actually watch the YouTube. You can click the title. Oh wait, can you do that actually? Does it actually work? I mean, in this case, oh, it actually works. Ah, I didn't know that. I was always just trying to click quickly.
Hey. Welcome to the third edition of the Down to Jam Game Jam. This is an online event where you'll be making a game over the course of 3 days, all centered around a shared theme. For this edition, our theme is plants. You're free to spin this theme in any direction you like. Maybe you build a nurturing farming sim where you grow and harvest crops. Perhaps you create a frantic arcade game where wines overtake a lab, or a management game about running a plant-filled space station. You could even treat plants metaphorically. Industrial plants, invasive ideas like take root, or a world where the player is the plant observing strange humans. I hope these planted enough ideas into your head so you can grow your own twist on the theme. Down to Jam has multiple ways to take part, depending on how intense you want your weekend to be. If you just want the classic jam experience, join the regular category and build however you like within the time limit. The One Dev Army category is all about going solo and crafting your game's core experience from scratch during the jam. And if you need a bit more breathing room, you can submit to the extra category, where you have extra time to finish and upload your project after the main jam period ends. All the details about rules, categories, and timing are written on the About page of the D2Jam site. If anything is still unclear, feel free to ask questions in our Discord or on the site's forums. Alright then, take the plants theme in your own direction and most importantly, enjoy the process. Good luck and have fun! Oh, one more thing. There's always someone who absolutely
Hello, Bess. You're doing game jam in Kast? Yeah, I am. It's going to suck. So we're going to worst team ever. Indeed, I hate this team. Yes.
Are you that person? I think you are. I think you are. I think you are.
Alright. The D2 Jam has started. It's going to last 3 days. What's the exact thing? 2 days, 23 hours. Like exactly 3 days, right? Okay. That's what we have. Right. So, plans. You do the game jam, Ves? Did you join the team already? You can make a game based on the other meaning of a plant, like planting a bomb. Yeah. We can also have the plant, like in a factory, and make the factorio. Right. Or we can make a game like Plants vs. Zombies, because zombies, you know, is always nice in games. I like zombies. We can just have a plant somewhere in the zombie game. I don't know. Alright, so the first we need to come up with the idea. Project Plantoid, yeah, exactly. First, we need to come up with the game idea. Alright, what is everyone doing? What is everyone doing? How many people are doing the game jam? Is there a link to see all the streamers doing the D2 jam, by the way? I feel like that's missing here on the website. Like in the old Ludum there, when it was working, you could click the triple dots and it would go to this page, I guess. So there's Ogma, Kuviman, Gnomable, and Tobogus.
And then it's just, yeah, it's just naming the projects.
Oh, does it do something?
No, you've done it.
Oh.
What do we think about the game? Alright, Plants vs. Factory vs. Planted Bombs. We need to have some really small game, right? Because we're going to make the game in Kast. Kast sucks, right? So we need something that is going to require like a couple of hours of work to make the game, and then we like polish it in the remaining 3 days. That's the idea, right? We want something really small, something similar to the game that we already made in Kast, right? So one of the big things is performance. I was actually thinking about the Egg Farm 2.0. Yeah. It just feels weird to remake like the old game. I do like that. I did like that idea. Just rewrite C Bonsai in Kast. There was this game for Ludum Dare 45. And in this game, you farm the plants, you farm the food, and then you eat it, and then you poop, and then you create more food this way. But then sometimes they become the angry weeds instead of the food. And they start shooting at you, and this becomes the bullet hell game. Because there's going to be every color of the angry weed is going to shoot at you. Right, I'm not going to play it though right now. What is this? C Bonsai. Non-image content type returned. Really? This re-op, I guess they were supposed to say repo, is now redundant. See bonsai. So it's like, I mean, this is just a visualization, right? It's not really a game, I guess. Right? It just grows the tree. Or I mean, is it like the bonsai tree where you need to like cut the leaves and things? No, it's just a bonsai tree generator, right? I do like the idea of having a growable like plant like this, but then how do we gamify this? We need to, I do want to have a game, not just the thing that you look at. Ideally a game where we could compete with other people, you know? Hello Brainard. That's Bad Cops game plant. There's no score in this game, though. I remember it. But I mean, actually... what if we do this? Like this game. But then we do something more. What could we do? I was thinking instead of like cutting the tree and things. The plant died. My bad. Are you willing to do 3D? Yeah, I can do 3D. But I would probably generate the... like, if I generate the mesh, then yeah. I don't think I will be doing the modeling myself. Even though we did have the object file, I feel like I already written the object file loader even, right? So we could model something. It's just like parsing the OBJ file. If it's big, then it's going to be really slow. So we need something very low poly. Hello, Boolean. Are you doing the D2 gem? Hi. Yeah, the rendering itself is fine. It's the parsing of the file, right? If I parse 10,000 lines, then it's going to really be really slow. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum. You're not, but it looks like I am. I will try. I will try to do it with my own programming language. We'll test it a little more. Although I know that the language currently is pretty bad. The theme is plants. Yeah, the game jam just started like 30 minutes ago. D2 jam. All right, I just need to come up with a game idea. I need I don't know, maybe I should not have started the stream before I came up with the idea, because usually we do it off stream. Usually I do it off stream. But yeah. So what are the options? We can make a farming game. I mean, I'm not like against making a farming game, actually, you know? We just literally farm. I don't want to do a farm though. Like the reason for the farm, because like the farm, you want the farm to be big. I want as little entities as possible in the game. So I don't want to do a big field of things. Probably. So having a one plant, but the theme is plants, plural, right? Not the singular. So we need at least 2. Is that right? What is the game jam like rating? A game about a balcony mini garden. How about tower defense, where you defense a giant beanstalk from plant-eating bugs like spider mites and aphids? Yeah, maybe. About how do you rate ratings? How are the game ratings? Overall gameplay, audio, graphics, creativity, emotional delivery, and theme. I feel like tower defense is also the genre where like you're supposed to spawn more and more enemies and see how much can you survive against. And I don't like this idea because I feel like it wouldn't something that is very easy to process. So like you know, because the language is very slow. Bullet hell, but there is only one bullet. The language is being transpiled to JavaScript and like into bad JavaScript, which is slower than it should be. So until I work on a better transpiler, I don't want to have a lot of entities on the screen, is the idea. Right? A couple would be fine. Maybe like 10 is fine. But like 100, I think, is bad. I'll try to keep it under 10. Let's go steal ideas from the other streamers. Grow plants, fight plants, be a plant, sell plants, plants invades. Incremental game? What does that mean? Grow plants hair on top of a head, potato head, huh? Okay. What's an incremental game? What does it even mean? When I think about plants, the first thing comes to mind is the like harvesting and like the things for sure. And the second thing is Plants vs Zombies, like I said already. But I feel like if I make a zombie game is also a good game where like there's a lot of them, right? So yeah, unless we make a single zombie somehow scary, like a cookie clicker, basically. I see. Yeah. She has great strategy games where it's plants instead, so it's limited size. Plant cider? What if we could grow plants on the different sides of a cube? And different plants have different, like, allow you to do different things. And it's a puzzle game, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, actually, if we think about, like, I feel like puzzle game is a good one for the performance reasons. But I don't know. I wish the game is like somehow competitive or something. I don't know. A grid is nice to have for sure. Let's say it's a grid. And we do something on a grid. How do you guys come up with your game ideas? Davey lets me know in DMs. No, Davey just gives you the game idea. That's right. Yeah. I don't have a Davey on my team though. Davey left me for Nerdsoul. What if the plants are moving in the wind?
C++ generates my game ideas.
C++ generates my game ideas. But the plants are moving in the wind and you need to keep your cursor on them to keep them hydrated. Bombermen bite plants. What's Bomberman? Right. I think a better thing, like another thing that I'm thinking about. What's that game where you need to like catch the things that are falling down instead? I mean, there's a lot of games like that, I suppose. Like, imagine if we have like a tree. If we have like a tree here, right? And it grows like apples, and when they like, and then like they like fall down sometimes. I need to catch them. How about this? And this is all. That's all our gameplay, right? So we need to catch as many as possible in the certain time period. That's a simple game. And I had to make a song for you in the theme reveal video. Sorry. This theme sucks. Was that for me? We're playing some other games and a small detail in it triggered my creativity. Bum, bum. Yeah, nice song, Brainoid. Are you going to do a game yourself too? You do solo? I feel like usually the way I'm coming up with the games, I have like this rough idea, right? So for example, this rough idea over here, right? We have a tree, the apples are falling, and we need to catch them. Or maybe like not just catch them, maybe do something else. I don't know. And then like once we have some basics done, then we think how to improve the gameplay. And we do it incrementally. So I don't like design the whole game like fully immediately, usually. But I feel like the way it could be, so like, let's say that we have a character down here, right? That's what we control, and we can move left or right, right? And we catch them, right? And then we can add to this idea where we have like a basket or something, and it has a limited capacity of the things. So once we have like catched enough, we need to go and like, I don't know, sell them. And then we can make like buy some upgrades and stuff. I feel like this simple idea can be can be made more complicated in a lot of various ways. Is that right? Can we have multiple different plants? Wait, these are fruits though, right? Are fruits plants? If we have a singular tree, does that match the theme plants? Yes. Fruits are not plants. Well, we could, of course, make it so that there is not a single tree, but multiple, right? So let's say that we make a farming game, actually. But but we play like on a horizontal, like side view game instead of the top down, like your normal farming game. So then we could have multiple of those, right? So maybe the apples, they don't like come down all the time, but instead we actually need to take care of the plants here and then harvest them. I don't know. We need something simpler first, though. It matches the theme if you're planting bombs. Yeah. Wait, are you allowed to talk to AI in this game, Gem? Or is AI completely disallowed? What if CF friends but plants? CF plants? Gem. Should we make a command? One second. All right, we're going to start small. We're going to start small. I think, how about we just start with a character that moves left and right on the screen. And then we'll figure out how where we go from there, you know? Abilities KS is where 69 is implemented. Ability 69. If string contains 69, then nice. Nice. Is the name used for something? No. But what is this? File exists. Avahi demon. Alright. That's fine though, right? Probably. There we go. That's not the most useless command, but okay. We have it now. All right, so let's just copy the thing. GitHub, Kubiman. Let's what? Create a new repository. Not issue, repository. We can create it from the command line. GitHub repo create. What do we call it? D2 gem 3. Game for D2 gem 3. Public. How do you close this thing on the side? Build with agent. Can I like close it? Chat. Why is it open? On top? No, this is closing the entire thing. Oh, you just close the sidebar, I guess. Okay. Why is it saying my name here instead of Kuviman? Can I change that? All right. So first thing first, we set up the flake. Copy. Cast game example. Cast game example. Flake. Here. So what do we have? What do we have? Why is there a dev shell example, right? We just take the Nix OS. Nix packages unstable here. Cast. Like it tells. For each system, we get the cast. We limit the RAM of Kast to 10 gigabytes. Sure. Let's do that. Let's also copy the just file. So in order to build, we're going to cast compile. Let's create source main ks envarc use flake strength allow. Not that. Git ignore strength. Boom, 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 boom. So just print hello world as the first thing. I'm going to have the target, and I guess we also having the target index HTML. No workspace here. Yeah, I guess I do need workspace. Workspace roots is source main. We're going to build for the web. This is our HTML, and then there's going to be the compiled cast in this file there. npx create cast app when? I don't know. Never. We have our own alternative to npx, I guess. Basically just does what you did. Yeah, like there's to initialize the project based on the template. But we will want the template to be customizable with Kast, I guess. So yeah, instead of npx, we have what? kx? I don't know. Eventually. Just build. All right. So now we have compiled MGS. So this is our compiled hello world. Let's ignore this thing. Just serve is going to start the caddy at localhost 8080. Hello? That's not what I'm serving. Am I? Oh, I need to. Yeah, I need to do. We have the caddy file there too, right? There we go. But why is it still serving that one? Why is my old caddy still up? Because that's weird, right? Because I closed my thing. Big kill caddy. Thank you. Why was it still alive though? because I closed the VS Code with it open, right? All right, there we go. Hello world. Hello world is there. I am actually going to copy the entire thing because that contains the. I should have just copied the entire project, I guess. Right. Let's remove source and just copy this source to source. Okay. The teapot test key obj. Oh, that's what we don't need, I guess. I don't think we're going to overload the obj files. Let's get rid of that. All right. So I'm not doing the obj. Other things, sure. Okay, so now it's continuing the other thing. The other game that we made before. Restart Kast language server. No. Duranth. Reload window. Okay. Okay, so we initialize the game engine, the input audio stuff, the assets. Here, this was me trying to do the derive yesterday, but it didn't really work. So let's just say that this is my assets. Sure, we will have the music eventually. We will have the sound effects eventually. Will we need the font? Maybe. I don't know. Shaders, textures. Load background texture. Set rep mode separate, repeat clamp to edge. Got it. Yes, because we were repeating the background horizontally in that other game. I will get rid of all of these code. Right? I will get rid of all of this code. Let's get rid of the assets too for now. We just have this. All of these things. This is my main loop. We're going to have a loop. Canvas size, game context. Yeah. DT is T. Sure. Dun 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 dun. Handle event. Event. I mean, sure, let's have this over here. Module state. So what we want is update, draw, and handle event, right? Or are they const? Because they are constants. No appeal to appeal to JavaScript users? No. JavaScript is not the only language that does the const. It's closer to Zig than to JavaScript here. What do we use for the DT? Time now. What is this even? Float 64? Sure. So we're going to do something there. Draw is the thing that is just drawing on this thing here to do. Handle event takes the event, which is gang input event, I guess. Dun, dun. Is const as function const as function result in C? No, const as in it's a constant. Like the function that we have is a constant. Like, right? The compiled function is always a constant. Being a constant allows it to be used at compile time. Although over here we're not really going to do that, so it could be a let instead. Doesn't really matter. But I guess unless like you have to put something at runtime, you can always just have it available at compile time. Oh, I'm trying to comment like I'm writing C. I'm stupid. There we go. So it's like JS. I mean, kind of. Everything is like JS then. Okay, here's our main loop. We initialize the time, we initialize the state. Like this. And this should work. Right? Just build. Why am I trying to load the vertex GLSL? Oh, maybe I am actually trying to do that. A vertex GLSL. Yeah, we're doing that in here. Which actually... it's fine. It's fine. Let's copy target assets and target assets. Sure. Let's see what is there. I feel like this font could be used, so I'm going to keep that. And then sound effects we're going to generate from scratch, textures, music, none of that is necessary. And shaders, I'm going to remove the background, I guess. Hello, Alicia. Thanks for the raid. Hi. Alicia. How are you? We're just starting the D2 gem. Here, I'm just creating the simple project. The theme is plants. I don't know what I'm doing with this theme yet, but I'm just going to start by creating a character that moves left and right on screen. Yeah, they started today. They started just 1 hour ago. So, yeah. What goober voted for plants? I know, right? Like, the worst theme ever. Yeah, I'm gonna do it in my own programming language here. That's what we are doing. This is what it looks like right now. This is the main game loop, right? So we just have a loop, and then we figure out how much time has passed since the previous frame. That's our delta time. We collect all of the... we go over all of the events that happened, and then we just update and draw. Like, this is the basic skeleton of the game engine, of the main loop. That's all that I have for now. And I guess I'm just going to clear the screen with some color here. Clear. Is that what we have? Yeah, and we have the color. So the color is going to be, let's say we have the gray color in the background, right? Oh shit, what did I just do? Whoops. Font, shaders, background. Yeah, I wanted to remove this SFX, textures, music, and background shader. The font is fine. Wait, now I have two fonts. Why do I have two fonts? Oh, because I have assets inside of assets? Lol, okay. So to just build here. And we're going to ignore this. And we should have the gray background. There we go. The theme is plants. Yes. Are you guys participating in the game jam? I would assume Booksnail maybe participates. What about the other people? Or are you not participating, Booksnail? You're tempted to? There is 99 entrants. How many games were made for the previous one? Because I missed the others. No. It doesn't tell you the amount of games. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 43 games. Okay, that's good. That's a lot, actually. You're required to. Right. Everyone is required. Everyone, stop whatever you're doing. If you are not doing the game jam, do the game jam right now. Alright. So yeah, like I said, I'm just going to start by making the character go left and right on the screen. So let's say we have a player. Right? And player has a position. Position. I think we will have the a velocity there too. Maybe we will be able to jump. I will make this a 2D vac. Sure. quit your jobs. Exactly. I was in the middle of performing brain surgery, but I can wait. Time to jam. Isn't it easier to use a game engine or framework? Well, yes, but we need to suffer also. Who wants to have fun on a game jam? No. We are going to do it the hard way. We make our own game engine in our own programming language. So game state is the thing which has the player. State. Alright, so now I need to initialize the player here. Position is 0, 0. Velocity is 0, 0. Extra suffering, make it for your own fantasy console. Yeah, we're not at that point yet where we are making our own operating system and stuff, but I guess, I imagine we will get there at some point. At some point. Alright, so we don't have the operator overloading yet. Actually, should I just add the operator overloading to the language real quick? I just implement this differently, that's all. Whatever. No, I actually let's try not to work on the language if we can help it. So we're going to use this thing without operator overloading. So we have the vec to add. I'm going to update the player, right? So player state player position plus player velocity multiplied by the delta time. This is float 32, by the way. Oh, float 32 is float 64, of course. That's fine. Player position is position plus velocity multiplied by delta time. That's how we update, right? And then, when we draw... How do I draw a quad? We just have draw quad, position, half size texture, which needs camera context. Okay. Yeah, I need a camera. So camera is camera? Is this it? The language is called Kast. Hello. It seems like my bot is off or something. Oh, it exited? Wait, what? Why did it exit? TLS connect error? Oh, there we go. It couldn't connect to the thing. I was disconnected from Twitch chat, I guess. There we go, yeah. The language is not ready to be used, but we're going to use it anyway. Alright, so we have a camera. Camera has position and FOV. So let's say that camera has position 0, 0 and FOV is like 10. So when we draw, I want to use camera context be state camera? Is that what I do? Oh no, it's camera uniforms, right? So we do camera uniforms, init camera and from buffer size. Makes sense. Camera. Frame buffer size. Frame buffer size. Is this thing? Sure. So we set up the camera, then we can draw anything we want. And what I'm going to draw is I'm going to draw the player, right? So it's going to be gang draw quad. So this takes position, half size, and texture. Position is state player position. Half size is... I'm going to just store this size in the player then, maybe? I don't know. Let's just say 1-1 here for now. Texture is... assets, textures, player. Let's do that. So I will need to load the assets, which I did not do yet. So assets is... textures, player, load texture, player PNG. Hello, Spacey. So load texture is going to be just it's not gang, right? Is it ugly? I'm not sure. Let's see, load texture. I have it somewhere. It is in the gang, right? Yeah. Gang load texture. So I'm going to load it from assets, textures, plus path. Using the nearest filter. I know. I'm assuming we are going to do the pixelated game because unless someone is going to draw something for me. I don't know. Anyone wants to join me on the team? I am probably not going to make anything good, but if anyone wants to come up with a better idea than what I have right now, or polish it, or draw something. Alright, so I need to draw. Yeah, let me just show you how I draw. It's going to be bad. But in order for your bad art to not look that bad, you just need to go for as little amount of pixels as possible, right? Would I call it D2 Gem 3? Alright, player PNG. Let me close this one, actually, so it doesn't distract me. That was the project with the language itself. Alright, am I going to see this on the screen? There we go. There we go, look at this. Now we just need to make this guy move left and right on the screen. Masterpiece, yeah. I know, right? Let me commit other things that I have. How do I toggle the tree view again here? Why is the UI always different? View as tree, there we go. That's what I like. Okay, we don't do target compiled, I guess. And everything else can be committed. Alright. Little guy is on the screen. Alright, let's see, gang input. So I can do is any pointer pressed. I can do... We have keys, arrow left, arrow right, arrow up, arrow down, space. Is pressed, key. Right. Right. So we can do this. We can do this. Player, main. So on the update, right, we're changing the player position according to the velocity, right? But we're going to change the velocity. We're going to say player velocity x, which is 0, I guess. For now, is going to be equal to direction is 0, right? If input key is pressed, arrow left, and then direction is -1. Direction minus equal 1. Direction plus equal 1 if we have the arrow right. And we do direction times speed. But I guess speed is guys is going to be equal to 1 for now. Alright, I can move. I can move. It's basically a game already. Should I think a little more about the game idea, actually? Ship it. So the teammates' plans, my like rough idea was that we would just be trying to catch the apples that fall off the tree. Is that good gameplay? I don't know. So would like move left and right and catch it, and that's all. Avoid rotten apples, maybe. Maybe. I'm thinking that like why are the apples even like falling down is the question. Rats are eating my apples when they are in the tree still. I feel like the reason the apples are coming down is because someone is shaking the tree, right? So what if we could actually control the difficulty of the game for ourselves by like pressing a button to shake the tree, and then we have more apples falling down, you know? So you can like you can spawn the apples yourself, and then you need to catch them. And then there would be the penalty if you don't actually catch the apple. So you can play the game like as slowly as you like, but if you want to go for the maximum score, you would be shaking the tree non-stop. Should it be the same guy that is shaking the tree or somebody else? 5-second rule doesn't exist in this game. Yeah. Like, what if we need to come back to the center of the screen where the trunk of the tree is in order to shake the tree? Or there should be an Eve that comes and eats the apple? Hello, Fast Eric. Hello, hello. We're coming up with a game idea for the game jam. The theme is plants. So far we have the falling down apples, and I'm going to catch them. We need to make a simple game, to make it in 3 days in a custom programming language. So it should be something really simple. Yeah, 3 days. It's like a regular game jam. Isn't most game jams like just a couple days? I don't know, actually, the statistics of game jams, but most of the ones that I have participated in are either 3 days or a week. You get seeds from the apples and you have to plant new trees. Yeah. Probably not. But maybe. Maybe. Let's start by making the apples fall down. Or maybe let's start with the character design instead of this. What do I want to play as? Like maybe we just make the simplest game ever, but we like polish it more, right? Like give it a good like running animation and thing first. Thinking of giving in to game urges. Do it. What else are you going to do if not game jamming? There's nothing else to do, right? Anyway. You're playing Minecraft? There are plants in Minecraft, I guess. Life is just a series of game jams. Right. Alright, what are we going to be playing as? What is the main character of this game? Are we actually going to collect apples, or is it going to be something else? I don't know, apples just make sense to me. I don't want to think for too long. And then we just do the farmer. Sure. Okay, how do I sprite canvas size? Let's do a little bit more. Let's do 16 by 16. Let's do 32 by 32. So the farmer needs a farmer hat, right? That's important. A straw hat or something. The pixel budget is growing. Yeah. Okay. That's a hat. We need pants and shoes. The pants are going to be blue, of course. Hold on, the pixel budget, we're going to grow it. A little bit. Maybe, potentially. What should be the color of my shirt? If I'm a farmer. Let's research farmers. That's a farmer? Huh? Ah, right. That's correct. The white with gray stripes or something is what we do. Sure. Can I create a couple layers here? Can I move the thing to its own layer, actually? Layer. Maybe not. Dun, 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 dun. There's going to be a lag R. This is going to be a lag L. There's going to be a body. There's going to be head. Alright. I'm thinking of assembling the character out of these pieces and then we animate them separately, programmatically. I feel like I should not do the outlines, though. Actually. How thick should my legs be? Let's do this much. You looked at the list of game jam animation, there are so many? Yeah, there is a lot of game jams happening all the time. Yes. That's not the one. Itch.io jams. The game jam that I'm doing right now is not on itch though. There is a dedicated website for the D2 jam that I'm doing. What's going to be my background? Can I select and move like all the layers? Probably not. Oh, maybe if I select multiple layers, I actually can. Oh, wait, what? No, it doesn't work like this. How to use this program that I'm using? No idea. Just pretend that something like this. There's the background. Do I look like a farmer yet? No, it's supposed to go after the head, right? Maybe the head could be a little bit smaller. That would work, I guess. We'll use SDL. No, I just do the custom solution. I'm transpiling to JavaScript, so we're using the web APIs, web GL for graphics. What's wrong with my hat here? I don't understand it yet. Hold on. What does the farmer hat look like? Oh, wait. This looks better. That's what we do. There we go. I figured it out. Dun, dun. Okay, and then I need the hands. I just had an idea. What if we have the stupidest gameplay ever, but we have the character customization screen, and we like allow you to customize everything here? Character customizer simulator, right? Okay, and this is and this is a hand, right? That's how hands work. I'm pretty sure. Wait, am I going to catch the apples with the bare hands? Or am I supposed to have something else? Probably something else, actually, right? Like a cart or something? Maybe? There's something wrong with the shirt, too. We can improve the art, though, later. In the mouth? Then I should not have gone with a human, but with a lizard instead, right? Classic snake eats apples. Yeah. The plant is the theme is plants, by the way, not apples. It's like the only issue with my idea right now. But I mean, who cares actually, right? Following the theme is not that required. Right? Okay, here's what we're going to do. How do I export? No. If it's a deer or bear eating the apples, then they would be planting the apple seeds when they poop. Planting the apples by pooping. I have already done this before, so let's try not to repeat ourselves. I've done that for the Ludum Dare previously. We were looking at this game already today. You eat the apple, and then you poop, and you fertilize the soil with it, and a new apple grows. Beautiful, right? Hello, Panas. So what I want is to export every like layer as a separate image. Is that doable here? Export sprite sheet. Split layers. I can do a sprite sheet with the split layers. Normal death percentage of games about percent parts 1% could be 99%. It's not 99%, that's not true. I only had 2 games about 2% farts. One, 2. That's all. And it's not even about that. It's just part of it, you know? That's not what the game is about. This game is about it, I guess. Canvas size. Okay, let's keep it back to 32 by 32. Or something. Okay, I'm going to take the legs, make them a little longer. Who is that guy? Who is this guy? This guy? I don't know. Should we have a name for him? Hello, Bad Cop. How's your game going? What's your game idea? So I can steal it, because I did not do anything yet, really. This is not going to work, really. Or is it? Does this look like 2 hands to you? I guess it does, right? It kinda does, yeah. I want to change the colors here a little bit. Do I make this gray a little less contrast? Actually, having the different color on the hand kind of makes sense. Maybe on one of... Nah, it's weird a little bit. Hmm. All right, so let's just keep that for now. So the idea then is that I would export the sprite sheet where we split the layers, one sprite for each layer. So this is what I see. Sure, it looks like a building. What kind of building? Like a plant? Because then we would fit the theme. Why can I not click export? Why can I not click export here? Hello? Am I stupid? People are accusing me of rigging the theme. Oh, did you vote for this theme? So, okay, we're going to blame Bad Cop from now on for the bad theme. Output file. There you go. Player sheet PNG. There is JSON data. What is the JSON data? Layers, tags, slices. Hash array. What data would I even have there? Oh, yes, the names of the layers are there, right? Player slash sheet PNG, player slash sheet JSON. Let's export. See what it looks like. Textures player. So yeah, we have a player a lag.l.png. Why is it .png? Meta, a sprite, image, sheet PNG, format, size, scale, frame tags, layers. Yeah, we have the layers. Why do I have the frames here? Source size. Frame. I'm not sure if I will use this information, but okay. So the idea then is that I will load this. Let's, you know what? Let's have this thing called player KS, right? So I'm going to
Hello, bad cop _.
Hello, bad cop underscore. Let's say player is, I guess I import player Kast here, I think. Let's include. I think it doesn't matter. All right, so we have the player. I want to have this thing over here. This is going to be player update state player DT, right? And when drawn, I will want to say player drawn. Assets. I'm going to have the assets here too. My own assets, I think. Assets, textures, player. So I want to load the sprite sheet, right? Let's just say that sheet is load texture, assets, textures, player, sheet, PNG. Nearest. So let's just say over here, texture is shit for now. Does this work? It doesn't. No natives around time load image. That makes sense because this is done at compile time, so I cannot. Because I say const player is this, so this is evaluated at compile time. Can I do it? I guess I can just do include player PNG player like this. Then I don't return anything here. There you go. That would work. Alright, so now we have this sprite sheet, which looks like it's not even loaded in the with the nearest filter for some reason. Why not? This page is in Quarks mode. For standard mode, use doc type HTML. Like this. There we go. Now we don't have a fav icon. Okay. All right, so we will want to draw a part of the texture if I'm importing this like that, right? Let's see, assets, shaders, quad. I don't allow to do this here. How do I want to do this? How? So like I want to draw with the subtexture. Right? Let's just have UV rect, I guess. It's going to be a 2 vec2s, which is what? Should it be 2 positions? UV rect. I should just have a rect. Let's have a rect. UV rect. Let's go to vec2 and I'm going to have a rect here. Rect is position and I guess it's not position, right? I want like bottom left, I guess, and size. something like that, maybe. So the UV here, draw quad, subtexture. How about this? And then we have the just draw quad, just like before. And this would just draw quad subtexture, right? With position, half size, texture, and UV being rect unit, right? This is the same thing, but if I implement this now properly, so I'm going to set a couple more, two more uniforms, right? UV bottom left, and UV size. So the shader one should now set the UV properly, right? Using uniform UV bottom left and UV size. So we're just going to say that VUV is AUV times UV size plus UV bottom left. Like this. And then if I say in my player that when I draw this, draw quad subtexture, right, I can say that UV position so the I guess the amount of layers is like something 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. The amount of layers is 7. So what I'm going to say that position is 0 and 1 and let total layers is 7 and layer is let's say I want layer 2 here, so position is going to be 0 and layer divided by total layers, and size is going to be 1 and 1 divided by total layers, right? This is going to be bottom left. I think this should work. It didn't work. Did my shader not compile? A UV size undeclared under fire. UV, it's UUV size, that's right. A, UV bottom left, U. There we go. So now I can just draw the specific layer like this. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. Now we're going to assemble the character from the little pieces. Right. Let's see. Layers is, so head is 2, right? The leg left. Let's go one by one. So it's going to be arm left is 0. Arm right is 1. Head is 2. Body is 3. Leg left is 4. Leg right is 5. Background is 6, but we're not going to use the background. That's just for me drawing this thing. Okay, so then I say that draw layer is the function that is doing this, right? I guess I will have the layer. We'll have the layer and position, and maybe we will have some other things. So position is going to be position, like that. Sure, half size 1 1. Okay. That's fine. So I'm going to draw layer, player position, layer is layers head. So that is still the same thing. Well, I mean, I can just draw all the layers now, right? Like arm left, arm right, leg left, leg right. Hello, Zent. How's the game dev doing? I'm bad at everything these days. I'm old or something. I'm slow. The game is not done yet. It's been 2 hours since the start of the game jam and the game is not done yet. Imagine. I'm trying to draw a character piece by piece, and I want to then animate it later. All of these little pieces. There we go. Look at this. We have the guy. We have the guy. We have the guy like that. It seems like the background is resulting in some of the texture bleeding. How do I prevent texture bleeding here in a sprite sheet? Can I export sprite sheet with the gaps? Borders, border padding 1. Oh yes, that's what we want. But now I need to change my my sizes here, right? So pixel size is going to be then what? Do I have the textures? Texture, load texture. I do have the size inside actually, okay. So I guess pixel size is going to be vec2 the div 1 we divide 1 by the texture size sheet size. The only problem is that our sheet size actually vec2, so it contains the floats. All right, for now it's supposed to have the integer size, but that's good enough. So this is per component division. So over here we will say bottom left is this vec2 add this and pixel size, right? And size is going to be vec2 layer UV size, layer UV size, just so that I calculate it once, right? It's going to be sub this and multiply pixel size by 2. If I did my math correctly here, then I should not see the texture bleeding anymore. There is something wrong with the textures. Bottom left is 0 and layer divided by total layers by pixel size. Let me take a look at the resulting thing again. Right, like I have or wait, is it 1 pixel in between each of the things? It's not obvious here. So we have the things on the outside. Do we have it on the inside? I need to like test it. If we have, let's say, like I'm just going to feel like this, and then export the sprite sheet. I need to do this on both layers, like this and that. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. I want the gaps in between sprite. Borders. Trim each cell. Oh, trim? No, I don't want to trim. I think I don't want to trim. Because then I would need to, yeah, I would need to like actually parse the JSON. Spacing. Okay, there we go. So the space between each frame and the edge of the sprite sheet, and then spacing is 1. Spacing is 1. Right. Spacing 2. Okay, that makes more sense to me. It's a little bit of wasted space, but I think that's how we do it here. Wait, this file is PNG. Does PNG encode the layers? I thought it doesn't. Let's see here again. Okay, this looks like something. I guess so. I first draw the legs, then I draw body, then I draw head, and then I draw the arms. The left arm is the last thing. And I guess the left leg is in front of the right leg then too. Would make sense. Probably. Or do I draw the right hand arm too then before the body? That would make sense too. To do. Hello, Azish, 2006. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a zombie. Are we going to make a zombie versus plants game after all? I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break here. All right. All right. To have assembled the guy out of the different parts. We can move the guy too, by the way, with the power of the keys here, right? What I want is to add more to it. Now. I guess this player PNG is whatever. I guess I want to save this as an sprite file actually. Hold on. Save as a file. A sprite, player a sprite. Yes. And then I don't use this player PNG. Okay. So I want to start rotating its limbs, the legs and arms and everything. So I would imagine that everything here would have an origin. And we want to be able to do the rotation. Speaking about the rotations, this needs math. And I'm pretty sure that I do not have math yet. Right? Unless I can implement this here, which I'm not sure that I can. Only if I don't have this in the standard library. But, like, for example, how do we calculate the sine, right? Right, x float. How do we calculate the sine? That requires us calling into the JavaScript. If I'm importing the syntax, it's supposed to be already implemented there, by the way, right? Wait, why does this not say duplicating syntax JS call if this syntax is there already? I thought we can import this syntax from the other files now. So what I want to do here is I want to do JS call. So I just do like JS. Yeah, JS here must be a string, right? So I just do like JS call, like math sine x. Is that it? So can I just import JS? Will this work? No recursive imports. Because JavaScript is actually importing the linear algebra. Why? But why? Because float 32 is defined there. I got it. Let's see. I guess I could have JS syntax to be this separate thing. Like this. Right? Can I just import JS syntax? JS here. Like this. And then over here I would just import the JS syntax. Unexpected semicolon. What do you mean unexpected? Is this parsed as a keyword then? It is parsed as a keyword. Okay, so it actually is imported properly. JS call JS args. Well, what's wrong with the syntax then? This looks correct to me. That looks correct to me. Unexpected semicolon specifically. What's wrong with this? Oh, I'm stupid. The equal. Okay, I don't know my own syntax. That's right. That's right. Okay, yeah, I can import the syntax, which means actually that I can simplify certain things, like this over here define the same syntax again, but I'm actually wondering if it works with transitive imports. So because like this file is importing the JS syntax, does it mean that I can use the JS syntax here? Seems like I cannot. So I will have to import JS syntax separately here. Already have a rule.js call. Okay, this doesn't tell me in which line. Skipping unexpected JS call. Hello? So I cannot import JS syntax. I already have rule JS call. Oh, wait, what? GL. This over here too. We just import JS syntax. Like it's supposed to be only be present in one file. There we go. Nice. So I just is that how you do it in JavaScript even? Node math.sin123, right? Yeah. That's how you do it. Okay, so we just create the bindings to JavaScript like this, because this is not implemented in the language directly. Sine, cosine, and maybe like some other things. Sure. Okay. And then well, I mean, do I need the sine cosine? I don't know. We'll probably need it. Let's see what I will need. What I want to do is player, in order to draw it. I want to draw it with a rotation, right? Let's see, position is this. This is that. I guess I don't even do position like this. I don't want to repeat myself 100 times. We just say that position is player position, and then we just do that. In fact, if this is a closure, do I even need the position? I don't need that. I'm just going to capture it instead of passing it here. And we're going to have the other things to customize the rendering, which is the rotation is what I want. Rotation is 0. Let's say that rotation on the head is going to be float pi 2 pi and what else? Pi, this is 360. I don't know, like so it's like 30 degrees, right? So we say multiplied by pi divided by 180. There we go. That's how we do it. And then I can do over here pi is 314, obviously. Okay, let's do it a little more precise. Exception failure, int 32 of string. When I'm transpiling value shape function a main player into into this failure int 32 of string. This is a 0, right? What's wrong here? It's weird that it's complaining about this one specifically. Even like if this is maybe I need to type it. If I type it, then it's going to be inferred, right? Yeah, now we know that this is a float 64. Maybe that's why, because it was not inferred. So it is defaulting to the integer, yes. It's just weird that it didn't complain about this line, because this is obviously not an integer, right? So the way, like, you see how I'm not saying the 0.0 here, right? The way the literals work in my language is it's based on the inference. So if it is inferred to be a floating point, then it's a floating point. Otherwise, it's an integer. Because I did not say that pi is a float here, it defaults to an integer. in the, I guess it defaults in these places to an integer. It's like a little weird. So 0.0 doesn't actually change. I need an explicit annotation somewhere. Uncaught. Target image is trusted true source element. Okay, now how do I debug this? I have an uncaught error. Target image is trusted true source element image event phase 0. What does that even mean? It's an event prototype, so I'm throwing the event. It's not I who is doing that, right? Or like, where's the stack trace? Can we not get a stack trace? Oh, the error is because I cannot load the player PNG, though, right? Because it's supposed to be not the player PNG. Hold on. Player PNG. Because player PNG is over here, and I actually, yeah. That is separate now. Okay. Alright. So this seems to work. I just don't use the rotation yet. I just don't use the rotation. So draw layer should use this rotation. Somehow, right? So let's just call this draw quad X or something, and I will be able to supply a bunch of arguments there. I don't have optional arguments yet. I do want to have them. So like sometimes you want to specify the subtexture, sometimes you want to specify the rotation. Right? Rotation. And by default, the rotation is just 0. So now we're here, we just pass the rotation directly. That's all. And then in the draw quad X, we set the U rotation. So I'm going to implement that in the shader then. Right? We have uniform float rotation. And then we just say plus AUV times, no, A position plus. Yeah, over here we have U position plus I need to rotate this by a rotation, right? So we have vec2 rotate vec2 v float a. How do you rotate? Again, S is sin A, C is cos A, and then we say like the X times C plus minus Vy times S, the X times S plus Vy times c, right? Like this, I think is how you do it. If I still remember my math. There we go, look at this. So now rotate the head. The problem though is that the head is rotated around the origin, which is 0, 0, which is the center of the texture, right? But what I want is I want to be able to change the origin too, so that we can control this better. And then we can start doing the animation actually. Right, so every one of the draw layers will also have the origin. Let's have the layers, right? Let's have the layers which have index and origin, because I want to specify this only once, I suppose. And we will have to... I could like load the origins from the JSON file. There's no way I can specify this information. Like, can I annotate in the ASprite something? Have some extra data to like annotate that this pixel is the center. Is it possible in this program? Or do we have to create our own pixel art program to be able to do that? They do export some JSON data. I don't think it is here though, right? Yeah, but we can just like hover the thing. It tells me the pixel, right? So if the head should be rotating about this pixel, which is 1410. So I'm just going to say over here 1410. That's the head. So for the left arm, it would be, I think, this, which is 1113. And for the right arm, it would be like 2013. And for the body, it would actually... Well, I guess I don't rotate the body. But it should be 1416. Left leg. I guess I don't do background. Okay, left leg somewhere around here, 1121. And the leg right is 1721. Right. So this is in pixel coordinates. In the ASprite coordinate system, I would need to convert it, but it's fine. Did you forget? Yes, I did forget something. Thank you. Right, so layer. Over here I say layer index. Right. And we have the layer origin. So I think the idea is going to be that the position of the center... Do I do the math on the side of the cast here or on in this shader is the only question. So, but I guess it would be... and figure out where the center is, right? So position would be position plus origin. I will can recalculate the origin though in the unit quad. Which is the what? I need to divide the layer origin by sheet size, right? And then we say like x times 2 minus 1 and 1 minus y times 2, because the y coordinate is flipped in a sprite. So basically, we want to rotate, we want the origin to be kept in place, right? The math. So I have an image, and then we have the like, and I want to rotate this image around this point, right? So this is the vector, which is the origin vector, which is from the center to this, right? And I want to rotate it. So the new center is going to be, if we rotate by alpha, we basically want to take the original center and then rotate this vector, go into the center by the same degrees, and that's our new center, right? So we want to do back to, right, we do back to add position and origin, right? And then we're going to wait, so it's, so origin is the relative position, is the relative to center already, right? I want the basically I want the negative origin, which is the vector towards the thing, right? And then I want position plus origin minus origin rotated by rotation, right? Is this correct? So rotate is back and angle. Just say that sin cos is float 32. I like having the sin cos, I suppose, together. Sin cos x float 64. This just returns the two float 64s, right? So that would be just sin x and cos x, like this. And then we do the same thing, where we say v0 times cos minus v1 times sin, and v0 times sin plus v1 times cos. Math.co is not a function. Hold on. Cos. There we go. All right. I think my math is a little bit wrong somewhere. My rotate is correct, right? So dot 0 is x, dot 1 is y for now. We do that here. So I just position plus origin, and then I subtract the origin back by but rotated, and this one is relative. What's the theme of the jam? It's plants over here. Plants. Right. So I don't really have a good idea for a game. I'm just doing something and see where it goes. I want some really simple game, which is why I'm splitting my character into multiple parts. Which makes no sense, of course, right? I just want to have some fancy animation for some reason. It's going to look ugly anyway. I don't know why I'm doing it. Because why not? Should it be rotated by the same angle, actually? If I rotate 90 degrees. The image. Like this. Yeah, I think this is correct, actually. Is my origin calculated incorrectly? Maybe. We divide layer origin, which is in pixel coordinates. Oh, we divide by the sheet size. That is not right. Yes, I should divide not by the sheet size. I should divide by the size of the image, right? By the size of the image. And we also have the borders there. So let's see, image size. So image size is sheet size divided by 1 on X, but total layers on Y. And then we're going to subtract the 2 because borders, because gaps and border. Okay, this looks actually, I think, correct now. Okay. I think this looks correct now. Camera context. How about we say camera context T? Because I want the camera itself to be available, and then the uniforms. Nah, let's not change it actually. Too lazy. The problem though is that I don't have access to the camera. I'll have the access to camera uniforms. But the screen to world is implemented in for the form of the camera uniforms. How about this? I will store the frame buffer size inside of the camera uniforms, and then I want to be able to do the screen to world using the uniforms. So frame buffer size is just uniforms. Frame buffer size. And so camera screen to world is just initializing the uniforms. then says camera uniforms dot screen to world uniforms screen position. Okay, so the idea is that I want to just draw the player looking at the mouse cursor. How about that? To have the mouse cursor though. Is any pointer pressed? I have that. I don't have the position. Because I have never implemented the positions of the cursors yet, actually. Am I going to... Are we going to make the game that is playable with the mouse? Well, why would I need the mouse in this game? To catch the apples. Maybe I don't need that? I feel like we don't need that, yeah. So it's actually like misleading a little bit. If I make it with the mouse. Alright, how about we instead do the leg animation? So player is going to have the animation state, right? The animation state has the lag phase, I guess, is what it's called. Are you planting yet? No. I'm trying to draw a character. Gonna collect the apples and make cider? Sure. We can say that we are working on the cider farm. Like, is that a thing? Like, that's how you do this cider, like... Wait, do you call the cider, like, factory the cider plant? That would fit the theme. Cider making. Is cider a flowering plant? What is cider plant? Cider apples are a group of apple for production of cider. All right, let's just say that when I update, I'm just going to say that player animation lag phase so lag phase is lag phase plus dt. I want to, yeah, let's just say plus equal dt times the speed. The speed is going to be some constant here, I guess. Let's say 5. And then we say that while x is more than pi, x minus equal to high. Just so that it, because it doesn't matter there. Right? I want to normalize it, kind of. And then let's say over here that the lag left and lag right. So lag left rotation is float sine of player animation lag phase. Something like this. Times lag amp. So the lag amplitude is the amplitude, which is going to be some angles, some degrees. Let's say 30 degrees. That's probably a lot, but sure. And the right lag is going to... Can I just use the sine and cosine here? I don't know. Or we shift the phase a little bit. Something there needs to happen. Over here, player is player new. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, it's starting to look more and more like a zombie game. But it's actually a plants game. Cursed. Wait, is this not the correct animation of the legs? Is that not how you move? Not quite. All right. Wait, is it just the opposite? Is it just the negation here that should happen? Is this better? I mean, I think this would work if the... Wait, does this work? All right, now let's do this. The lag amplitude is actually dependent. The lag amplitude is actually dependent on the player velocity. So we want to multiply this by the length of player velocity divided by player speed. I don't know. Maybe. speed. Speed is 3. I feel like I'm moving a little bit too slowly there. Ah, wait, we do not have the length? How come I don't have the length? I have the dot also only for the VAC3. Let's say dot, VAC2, VAC2. We get rid of this. Len2 is just dot VV, right? And length is SQRT of length2 of V. Okay, and we need to implement the square root 2. Is it math SQRT in the JavaScript? I think it is, right? Acceleration is 10 or something. I will say that acceleration is direction times acceleration. And then we say that velocity is player velocity 0 plus acceleration. Clamp. I need to clamp. I do not have the clamp anywhere, right? But we can do clamp. Clamp this between negative speed and positive speed. Hello, Prishletsov. Hello, Darova. Wait, I already have clamp. I already have clamp, actually. I just need to say that the minimum is this and the maximum is that. And acceleration is multiplied by the delta time, of course. Alright, get my language server. Pick up. It's not the acceleration. This is the yeah. The target velocity is j times speed, right? So acceleration is player velocity target velocity minus this. Velocity is this times acceleration. A little weird formula, but okay. I think it can work. There we go. I think I want to increase the speed even more. Let's do it twice as fast. Twice as fast. This is weird formatting for this. Let's keep it on one line then. Let's see if we get to an acceptable animation here. All right, is this acceptable speed too? I feel like, yeah. I think this is fine. Right? Also, this over here, instead of saying times, a little bit. Right. So we're saying here that what lag what did I just do here? Oh yeah. I was going to say that we do float. I don't know, let's just have somewhere, right? I guess degree to red. Over here maybe. Degree to red. Like this. We can also evaluate this at compile time, I guess. Or I guess it is instead eval like that. There we go. I don't know if it matters. Probably not. Let me just check if I do the lag phase speed to be twice as fast, then what is it going to look like? Do I like this more or less? I think more. Nice. So then I think that what we want is not just the player, but also the card or something. So I'm imagining that I want to rotate the arms a little bit. Degree to red, like -30 maybe on both of the legs. Let's try that. Something like this is what I was imagining, yeah. Right? That's where you collect the things. should be done relative to this guy, I suppose. So guess this size works. Dun, 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 dun. I think we can make that a little bit like actually straight line, maybe. Mm. Mm. Mhm. That's too big, right? We just need a small wheel like this. I feel like it goes... I mean, it's supposed to go in front, actually over here, which means that this thing can have... Yeah, we're supposed to have like something like this. Can I make a little bit of a bigger wheel? Probably. something like this. Wait, can I just add this to the thing, to the player? It would be a little weird to have it on the player though, right? Let's have it as a separate thing. Save as card, a sprite, export a sprite sheet. Sheet PNG. 1, 2. Yep. Okay. Let's have the card as a separate. Let's have this. Sheets. Sheets is player. Is that? And card is card sheet. This kind of doesn't, like, how do I refactor this code then so that it works with multiple different sheets? I need to be able to process the shit, right? Sheet. Let's say load sheet. Maybe I will have a type actually with like the texture there. I guess the amount of layers that is going to be here is going to be set here, right? Layers. I guess we'll have it as a float. So, for example, the player sheet has 7 layers. And card sheet has just 2. And then on the sheet, I would be able to draw a layer, I guess, right? I would be able to draw layer. Layer. A rotation. Sheet layer rotation. So I want to have this code over here. Sheet is sheet. Image size. Let's see, image size. I'm going to just store it here. I'm going to just store it there. Pixel size, image size, layer UV size, all of those things actually. I'm going to have it here. Texture. Texture layers, pixel size, image size, layer, UV size, pixel size, layer, UV size. Total layers is layers. Here. So that should work. So image size is going to be sheet image size. Texture is sheet texture. Sheet total layers. Sheet pixel size. Sheet layer UV size. Total layers. We call this thing total layers, not just layers. Total layers. Okay. So when I draw the layer, I give you the layer. I give you sheet, a layer, position, rotation, right? Like this. So I don't have the draw layer. Instead, and instead of doing the total layers here, right? Instead, over here, we say sheets player. Like instead of all of these draw layers, we're going to say sheet draw layer. And position is there. Right? I'm just going to say that sheet is sheets player. Layer, pause, rotation. Layer, pause, rotation, and sheet. Alright. What are you complaining about? Did you forget Did I forget the curly brackets? I don't think I did. It's because I'm piping here. Let's not pipe, fine. I will instead just say sheet is here. Yeah, I guess my pipe operator is not working properly. It's fine. Going to ignore that. So this is supposed to be the same, but it doesn't work. Uncaught image. Oh, I cannot load the sheet PNG. That's right. Oh, because yeah. Why is that? I need to export as a sprite sheet, and output should be relative. Like, why is it relative to texture splitter? Why is this so weird? Why is it not relative to the current file? If I have saved it already. Actually, cart a sprite. Oh, that's why. Yes. It actually makes sense. And to save this as, not like in a different folder. I'm going to say cart. Cart a sprite. And then it's going to be relative to this file, right? So this card a sprite is not needed. This is not needed. We just have that. All right. Yeah, so this still works the same. But now I can draw the card separately. Player, like the guy, the dude, and then the card. I'm going to say that position is position, but I'm going to add something here probably. Maybe we should add like 2 0. And sheet is sheets card. And then we're going to draw 2 layers. Layers card and wheel. I guess I can call it body and wheel. So I'm going to draw the body and I'm going to draw the wheel. The wheel is going to be rotating when we move. This thing, maybe we will do something there too, but rotation is 0. Rotation is player animation wheel rotation. Right? Animation wheel rotation. Wheel rotation as 0. So I guess it is just going to be something like layer animation wheel rotation. And to angle x dx. Add to angle right phase dt times like phase speed. And we're going to add to the wheel rotation speed times dt times player velocity 0. Yeah. Just need to figure out the constant there. This could be const, I suppose. And it's more like a generic thing. Let's move it here. Let's start with 1. It's probably going to be too fast, I suppose. Oh shit, I'm rotating the wrong thing. Of course. The layers are all mixed up. Wheel and body. Okay, I think it was rotating too slowly though. And it's rotating in the opposite direction. And also, and to like add half a pixel, I think, because we want to rotate around the center of the pixel, not the edge of the pixel, which is the center of the wheel. Yeah, and wheel rotation speed, I guess I just say here -5. Kast is programmable. Well, kind of. It's yeah, we're making a game with it. Oh, the negation is only done for integers right now, which actually I should fix that. I can say I guess 0 -5. What language am I using? I'm using my own programming language that I have been making for a while. Hold on, this is supposed to be the float. All of these are floats. Yeah, we have like a little bit of the problems, like my error messages, for example, they are really bad. We have some miscompilations sometimes, a lot of to-dos. So yeah, but it is usable. As you can see here, we have a few features in the language which make it not that bad to make a game actually. Yeah, some of the syntax could change in the future and should change, like this over here. We have module twice for no reason. Right. So this is and yeah. Why is this an integer? That makes no sense. This over here is supposed to be a float. Oh, because the wait, what? Subtraction? No, subtraction is... Wait a second. std op negate 5. Let me take a look at my negation. Yeah, it is generic actually. So... Okay. It's inferred to be an integer. Why? I don't get it. On this multiplication, dt is float and wheel rotation speed for some reason. Okay, can I negate float 32 here specifically? Does this just work? Is it me having the wrong inference here? This is supposed to work. I don't know what's happening here. Something is wrong with my type inference. But okay. Alright, now it's rotating too fast though. 2. I'm pretty sure that 1 was too quick. Oh, this looks nice, right? Okay, I just need to move this a little bit. The cart, right? The cart. Let's draw a cart. Just like player, position, and I guess I just add a little bit less, maybe 1.5 here. I'm not sure. Also, I want to draw the card in front, but before the arm left, I suppose. I'm going to put this into its own scope. And, yeah. And then we'll do this. I guess I could extract this into like a function or something, whatever. That cop has ambitious ideas. Wait. Are you in the team with Bad Cop? Are you guys making the I don't know. What would be summoning but with a plant? Just planting? Alright, do we like this animation? We can polish this even further. Instead of working on the actual game, we're just making the animation for this game jam. Of the guy with the cart. The head should bubble. Yeah, I'm thinking like the card could bubble too, right? Should the guy himself bubble a little bit, like the body too, not just the head? I'm not sure. Summoning would be my idea of doing planets. And saying we were confused. Planets instead of planets. Why did you buy Linux from Microsoft? Well, here's the thing, right? I didn't buy it. As you can see, it's not activated. Which means that I didn't buy anything. I was thinking it would not like bubble, but it would look at the, like, if we have the falling apples and we're trying to catch it into the cart, then the guy would be looking at the things that are like jumping in. So that's what the hat is going to be doing. It's going to be not just bobbing when for the sake of the animation, but also, what if I rotate the right arm to -60? And we do like rotate the body by saying checking this sine of this times 2. Just a couple degrees, maybe like 5 would be enough there. Let's see. Yeah, that's 5 degrees. Gives me the total of 10 degrees. Maybe I just do 1 degree. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I do like this, right? The card is a little bit shaking. And then I make the hands to do the same thing. You know? Shake. Angle. So we do this plus shake angle, and we do this plus shake angle. No. I don't want the head to rotate. I want the this. The arms to rotate. Let's make the arms to be more shaky. Maybe. Can I negate this? Oh, this looks so connected now. I feel like the left arm, instead of -30, is going to be -25 degrees, though. Right? The perfect animation. It's -20. Isn't it? You like how this game is about to be a super polished character movement and everything else is barely working? Well, I mean, what is there to work, right? I'm just going to be catching the apples, right? Yo, guys, you should all wishlist Linksider by following that link in chat. Thank you very much. I just need to come up with a gameplay, you know? What's your game about, Nerdsel? I've been doing this for 4 hours. 4 hours for this animation. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to use all 3 days of the game jam, by the way. You cooked? You're supposed to be not cooking, but planting. Did you not read the theme of the jam? It's not cooking. Inverse castematics, yeah. Cart. All right. Oh well. Now I am sad. What do I do now that the animation is finished? What's the jam about? The theme is plants. So you're supposed to make a game about plants. You're doing plant too? Nice. So you stole that idea from me because I was thinking of doing that. I remember you being here in the beginning of the stream when I was thinking about it. A game about running a factory, growing plants and selling them to keep the factory running. Maybe we should call it Plant 2. How about you call it Plant 2D, you know? You know how like when they make the movies and the third is coming, they call it the movie 3D. But since it's just the second one and also the first one already was 3D, it makes sense to call the Plant 2 Plant 2D. Right. Women stealing ideas from chatters, what's new? Right, that's how it goes. Alright, let's start throwing the apples. I still think that we can catch things. What's the lore, though? I guess the question is, what's the lore? Why are the apples coming out of skies? Right? Why would that be moving left and right, collecting things that are falling from the sky? Maybe we don't collect the apples, but we collect something else? I have this stupid idea. You're secretly working on something too? Nice. What if we instead... Is the game about raining apples? This is the lore? Yeah. But we can like make it a little bit more realistic by saying, for example, like what is the thing in the sky connected with plants? The first thing that I think about is the UFOs and cornfields, right? And like, which create these circles. So what if the lore is that the UFO stole our plants, and now the plants are dropping from the sky? See, now we have the lore. Do you guys like this, or is this too stupid? Too cringe? So we'll have the UFO at the top of the screen, and it's going to shoot the plants at us. I don't know. What else could be there? I mean, now that I've made this animation, we have to use this in the game, right? We cannot change this anymore. It only grows up from here. I mean, maybe it's a big apple tree. I don't know. I feel like apples are fine. I feel like apples are fine. 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 We just do the apples. Let's draw an apple. An apple is going to be small, I suppose. UFO is trying to steal different plants and you must take them down with a lasso. Yeah, but I already made this animation, so I cannot change it really. You know, to the another idea. Should the apple be green or red? It should be red. More contrast with the background, which is probably going to be green and blue, right? Yeah, for sure. Is the color of the apple like red? Probably not, right? Maybe like this color. Yeah, this color looks nice. Just make apples like this. So let's see, what do we have so far? We just draw the player now, and now the game state is also going to have apples. Apples is the list of apples. Sure. Apple just has position, velocity. Should there be gravity? Should they be coming down at a constant speed? I feel like the realism of the animation that I made means that we should add gravity, no? What's the reason the UFO shoots apples at you? It's not UFO, it's just coming down the tree. Someone is shaking the tree, that's the lore. And a lot of apples are coming down. All right, so what's the list? JavaScript list. We have the JavaScript list. So I think I use this one actually for performance. For you having Game of Thrones, that's probable because I often do hum it, I suppose. Did you see the new thing? The Night of the Seven Kingdoms? It's pretty nice, I think. Otherwise, I kind of like really don't like most of the new things that I have watched. JS list. Instead of init, let's call this one new. Apples JS list new. So we have events for now, and event is just mouse press, pointer press. Yeah, let's just say for now that that if event is pointer press, then we're going to spawn a new apple, right? Spawn apple. JS list push stage apples, a new apple, position, velocity. Just say apple new there. All right, let's say that's over here. Apple is load texture as Apple PNG. Sure. It's a little weird here the way I did it, but it's fine. Drag outtakes, position, half size, and texture, yeah. Did you forget the curly braces? Where did I forget it? The comma is forgotten, actually. Float is not int. Radius is int. This is the same issue for some reason. std op div float 32 14. Which is weird. And to investigate this at some point. Let's draw all the apples. Let's also make sure that this API is done like it's supposed to. I'm supposed to push to the mutable reference. Even although it kind of adds the overhead, but it's fine. This over here should be called into iter. Field must be ident. Let list be list. List push. Iter t. So this is just into iter list. As the iter map. Do you do language dev as your day job? No. No, that's just my hobby. I guess that I picked up recently. I never did this before. I started this language. I don't know how to make languages. I'm just making one. I guess I can just return the reference right now. This is supposed to not work with when the borrow checker is present, but for now it's fine. Right? Yeah. And over here would say like much list. Reference doesn't have field, the range config ranges, just list, I guess I just use the iter into iter here. Actually, you know what, I'm going to undo that. I don't like this change, I think. Like it is JavaScript specific API, so it like, or it has different rules. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so now when I draw, and when I update, I don't want to not only update the player but also the apples, right? So we say state apples just list iterate for apple in this. We apple update apple. Does this work? GT, I guess, too. For apple in this, apple draw. Apple. Oh, and updating is to update the mutable, right? So this must be the ref mut. Is it going to complain? Bool unite failed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one must do a ref mut. What? That's what the formatter told me there. Some random errors. Oh wait, well, I mean, for the drawing, I don't need the mutability, but for updating, I do need mutability. There we go. Right. All right, apple, apple, catch it, catch it, catch it. We. All right. What's the lore of the, like, I guess like the apples, they will be falling pretty slowly, right? Should I have the should we have gravity? Gravity is 8. Max speed is 8 or something, I don't know. Let's do this over here. Apple velocity 0. Let Vy is this. Vy minus equal gravity times dt. What? Vy minus gravity. I'm not sure if I like the caret for the referencing, because I suck at typing this character. Like, visually, it's totally fine, in my opinion. But typing this character, I always misclick. It's like in the middle. The most difficult character to type ever. Oh shit, wait, what? Why is it going to the left? It's not 0. That 1. Alright, the game starts to lag. I think I spawned like 20 apples. I feel the lag. Nice. Like, I feel like this speed is fine. You know what we need to have? Like, this is not very easy to catch though, if it just spawns at the top of the screen, right? Yeah, how about I spawn it like, let's have, so I can spawn it by pointer press, but I also want to spawn it normally, right? Right, let's have something like, you know, spawn rate is 10, like, I mean, let's just say we'll have 1 apple a second, right? So have like next apple spawn, next apple spawn, and then when I update, I say state next apple spawn minus equal dt, and while state next apple spawn is less than 0, state next apple spawn plus equal 1 divided by apple spawn rate, right? And also spawn apple state. There you go. Let's also delete the apples that are below ground. Can I, okay, but I need to, how do you, in JavaScript, how do you remove the things from the lists? Is there something like retain JavaScript remove from list based on predicate? There's just the remove method, right? That just exists. No, it doesn't exist. They lied to me. You can filter, creates a shallow copy of a portion of a given array filtered down to element. Hello, Pomo. Are you making game? I am making game. Look. It's almost a game. Swap with last element plus pop. Is there like no built-in thing? The filter seems right, but it does a shallow copy. whose properties share the same references, point to the underlying values as those to the source object. Like, what does it mean to have the shallow copy of a portion of a given array? What does it even mean? What does this even mean? It constructs a new array, right? Why do they say shallow copy there? Well, I guess because we're copying the elements, but not deeply there, right? Is there anything in this standard JavaScript that is actually doing a deep copy? Deep copy. In JavaScript standard, built-in copy operations are a spread syntax. Do not create deep copies. That's right. Everything is deep copy unless you serialize and then parse. The web API structured clone creates a deep clone of the given value using the structured clone algorithm. Why is this only on the web? That's weird. Spread, but it's only deep copy one level, which means that it's not deep. It's shallow copy still. Right? I don't know, it just feels weird that they have the shallow copy here in this part of the documentation, because everything is shallow copy in JavaScript. Unless you write the algorithm yourself, which I guess actually implemented in the web API structured clone. This is available everywhere. I mean, it is available in Node.js too. So why did they say that it's a web API? Anyway. So yeah, we just do the filter. With predicate being a function from t into boolean, and this should return the list back, right? So we just do js call list. Wait a second, but I cannot really do this. Is there a filter which is async? None of these things do the synchronous APIs. Due to the way I'm compiling the things, I want this to be async, kind of. Well, I guess we can just implement it ourselves. Why not? Why not? Right? Why not? I can just say that filter is just let result is new, right? And then we return the result, and then we for element in list in iterate list, we say if predicate element, then push result element, right? Something like this should work. So yeah, I'm just saying that we are going to only keep those apples, right? State apples is JavaScript list filter state apples apple position y is more than 0. Zero is the ground level. That's what I want, I guess. It's not y, it's 1 for now. Okay, there we go. It actually is literally at the where my cart is. Because I actually, yeah, because 0 is over here. Okay, let's also spawn them in the random places, right? In new apple new. Let's say that X, right, is going to be X is std random gen range minimum is -d, maximum is positive d. D is... Will you make a stack of apple growing in the cart? Of course, of course. That's the whole point of the game, right? To look at the animation of the guy and all of the apples in the cart. All right, let's see if like catching them actually. So far, I mean, I'm pretending that I'm catching. It's not implemented, right? But yeah. One thing that we could do is I could move the camera. I could move the camera, so I could spawn these as 10. And I could say that camera position is going to be 0, 4. I don't want the character to be literally on the bottom of the screen. Let's do 3. Or is that too high? Maybe 3.5 is what I want. No, this is fine, yeah. So they can draw something there. Yeah, now I'm not quick enough to catch them all for sure. And the cart upgrade, the speed upgrade, yeah. That's what I was talking about. Like, so we make the cart full of apples, then we move. Once the cart is full, we can no longer catch the apples, so we need to move the apples to sell them, and then we sell them for the upgrades, right? And the upgrade could be a bigger capacity, more speed. I don't know if I should do that though. We need to make some like gameplay change where it is involving strategy, right? Right now it is stupid. Right now it is too stupid. Like, why would you play a game like this, right? Like, how would you make it competitive? So that we go for high scores. It needs to be based more on the player's skill level. I feel like they should not be... Hold on a second. What if I do this? What if I do this? How would the apples be dropping like that, though? Is the only question, you know? The juggle plans? Yeah. They literally go back from our cart. Our cart is like having the springboard in it. And then we juggle them, of course. Probably throwing tomato at theater scene. And we're... yeah. I mean, the theme is plants, by the way, right? I'm having fruits instead of plants. So far. Oh, what if it's like the machine that is harvesting plants, you know? What's it called? And then that is the machine that is throwing the plants, and then we are collecting them. I like that this guy over here is in the middle of these pictures. Hmm. Oh, I just realized that the animation can be improved a lot. Of my guy. Let me improve the animation. It must be better. It must be better. Would that be a lot of work though? I want him to lean forward or backward when we're moving. The when we're moving. Body rotation. Why not flip the image when he goes to the left? No, 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 no. How do you flip a cart over your head? Do you do a kick flip or something? Let's see if I just rotate the body. Okay, it's rotated the wrong way. But yeah. Have you tried to walk backwards with a cart full of apples? The answer is game magic. Yeah, this is kind of what I want. I mean, this is actually not that bad. Even although I don't change the place of the head and the hands. I suppose. But it would be so much better if I actually fixed the things. Let's see, the body origin, I want it to be not in the center, but where the legs are, so 21. Also, I guess. Yes. I'm just going to move them left and right. Okay. Yeah. Body. this. Movement signed K. Top offset is movement signed K times 0.5. Let's do that. Almost. We just need to change the constant here. 5 times less offset, sure. Oh, look at this. Look at this now. Alright, and to change the cart a little bit too, though. What if I multiply this by 2? I don't want to move the card though. Unless I move it always, I guess. Yeah, I think this is fine too. What if I make the cart to just have a longer handle? Holy shit. I drew on the wrong layer. And then I think I can rotate the cart. I can add rotation to the cart. Right? So cart rotation is going to be this plus signed movement signed K times degree to red. Just a couple degrees, right? Like, I mean, just like 2 more degrees. I'm not sure. In the opposite direction, though. Yes. Look, it's like 1,000 times better now. I would play this game just for the animation. Yeah. Alright, now I just need to figure out the gameplay, though. The gameplay, I mean, it's almost there, right? I'm just catching these apples. I'm just trying to see if I can make more interesting gameplay without being too... And also we need it to make sense a little bit. Maybe. Well, now that I think about it, actually, what if the plants, right? We are missing the plants from the theme. If we look at the plants game, it's obviously going to be the Plants vs. Zombies, right? And the thing that the plants do in Plants vs. Zombies, they shoot. You know? And what do they shoot? They shoot their fruits and stuff, right? So this is the... what? Anyway, what I'm saying is that we just have the apple tree shoot the trees at shoot the apples at us for the same lore reasons as in this game, right? We're just not shooting to kill. We are shooting to... They are shooting to... for me to collect their fruits. Then it means that they could be on the ground level, and they would shoot up, and then I have time to go to them. Anyway, before we do that, let's do something else. Improved animation. Let's do something else. Let's improve the animation even further, right? Like I said, the one thing that is not animated right now at all, the only thing is the head. It's always looking at the specific spot, which is nothing. So let's make the head look at something, right? Look at something. And what should we look at? I think that we should look at the closest apple. That's it, literally. Let's just look at the closest apple. So when I draw, I want to know the closest... I guess let's just say look at is... is VAC2, the position, right? The position that I am looking at. So all I want to do is change the head rotation here. Instead of this, we are going to say position minus, or I guess I'm going to check the top position. Right? Yeah, top position minus, no, look at minus top position, and I want to calculate the angle of this vector. The angle of this vector. Normalized angle P. And then I'm going to like divide by 2. Normalized angle P is just it's just doing this. While x is more than p, we subtract 2p. While x is less than negative p, we add 2p. So the angle is going to be from negative p to p. And then we can take the angle of the vector, right? So arg v, this returns float. So this would be just a10 to v1 v0. That's all. Do we have a10 in JavaScript? I hope so, right? Yeah, when I draw the player, look at is going to be closest apple, right? So closest apple is state apples iterate Come on, come on, come on, come on. I want to go to the definition of this. I mean, I understand that it doesn't compile right now, but... Can I not? Oh, nice. I should fix that. Okay, STD reduce. Reduce is the only thing that I have, right? Yeah, closest apple is... We just reduce if we have A and B, then I need to... Like, I want to have the minimum by key, right? Minimum by key. Apple a length of the apple position minus state player position, right? Closest apple will be optional though. So I guess let's say that look at is closest apple, unwrap, or state player position 0 and 10. We'll just look up then, otherwise. Let's actually look downwards, otherwise. Sure. What's the effect of caret? This is dereferencing. Languages like C would have you use the arrow like this here, for example, or the prefix star. But prefix is bad for dereferencing, so I don't like that. Zig uses dot star instead. I'm not sure if dot star is better. Maybe it is actually. Like I do like, I think, how the caret looks. But the problem, like I said, is typing this character. For some reason I'm struggling. Yes, Odin also likes this. Do Odin people not complain about the fact that it's hard to type? A right arrow is only return. A right arrow is specifying the type of the function. Right? So it's a function from this argument to this result. It's specifying there is a result type. The fat arrow, this is specifying the body of the function. You can skip this, you can skip that, then you only have the type and stuff. Yeah. They do complain? Alright. Do people complain about the dot star? In Zig, I feel like not. So I feel like there is less complaints about the dot star than compared to the caret. Maybe I will change it, we'll see. I'll try using it this more. Min by key. Iterator. Iterable of t's. Function t into k. So this is having k. Dot star looks extremely bad. Yeah, I feel like it looks worse than this. But what are the alternatives? I do not like the prefix star, like Rust or C uses either, right? One thing that I could do is I could do the automatic dereferencing like Rust does, right? Because in Rust you don't type the dereferencing because of the auto dereferencing. So this would be instead just state dot player, even although this is a reference, right? The square brackets now. Another option is to use like in C, some kind of like a special operator to access the field behind the reference. Pascal uses that too. Does it? Maybe. I never used the that thing in Pascal, but I used it last time 20 years ago, so I know nothing about it. So this should return this would return optional T, right? Yeah. So then we say that minimum, so I guess like minimum element is none, right? And then we return minimum element option map x value. I want to say something like iterate core x in iterator, I guess. We just say that if minimum let key be fx, right? This also means that it's copy. I don't have like the copy semantics yet, but C# just uses a dot. C# also has the auto dereferencing. In C# you have a distinction between the value types and the reference types. In C#, if you have an explicit pointer, right, which you also can have with some unsafe code, I think, then it would be still the same dereferencing operator with the prefix star, like in C, I think. C# uses arrow when using an unsafe picture. Yeah, right. So like just they are just using the C syntax basically as much as possible. Everywhere. Yeah. So we're going to match min element with, if it's none, and then I will say that minimum I guess true, right? Let update, I guess, and then I would say something like if update, and then minimum element is some value. Let's call this value, some value and key. And if it is some minimum element, then we just say that key is less than minimum element key, right? So we're trying to see if we want to update or not. Sure. Do exceptions happen? Is it safe? The current state of the language, no, it's not safe, but it's supposed to be, yes. Exceptions will happen, but they are going to be checked exceptions. We're going to have the effect system in the language, so the side effects are going to be present in the annotations of the functions. So it's checked exceptions implemented via the effect system. Although I call it context system. But yeah, if you are familiar with any languages that do the effects, Coca language, is one of those. Effects turn functional into imperative. Yeah, I feel like I am not a big fan of functional code. Well, I mean, when we say functional, what people mean usually is declarative. That's my understanding. So, yes. It's not functional versus imperative, it's declarative versus imperative, right? I feel like both approaches are good to have. But a lot of the in a lot of the cases, you think about your code in imperative way. Anyway, I mean, I guess it maybe depends on like the people and like how they think about things. But like at least most people think in imperative way, I suppose, right? Yeah. And even if when you write code like in Haskell, you are like, I don't know, you are writing imperative code inside of the do notations all the time anyway. So you are still writing imperative code there, just with extra steps. Did I try liquid Haskell? No. Liquid Haskell adds refinement types, I think, right? Or is it the other thing? Or did they add the... yeah, it refines with logical predicates, yes. I know about this. But do they have the effects also? Because I don't remember about it. They have subtyping, which is important for the refinement types, I guess. I right now don't have the subtyping either. The refinement types is interesting for sure. I would like to have like full dependent types too, but I don't know. It's not super important, so I'm not going to focus on that too much. Functional versus procedural, imperative versus declarative. What's procedure and what is a function? What's the difference? Side effects versus no side effects, I guess, right? Yeah. What is this thing? Which is covering, like, my table of contents here. They have effects too? Well, I mean, I did try in Haskell to use the effect library. It was nice. But it's implemented on top of the monads. And I'm trying to do the other way. There is no effect on this table of contents. Abstract interpretation. I don't know. Abstract. I don't know much theory, no. But maybe I'm doing this already. Because I am, right now, I'm interpreting the code at compile time, and that code can contain, like, what I understand, like, is free variables, is called in the programming language theory. The variables which are going to be only having the values at runtime, but we can, like, evaluate code with, like pretending that those are existing and stuff. I don't know. Is that something about that? Din, 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 din. Select the father dependent types to choose the semantics that you want to include in the type system, creating the abstract model domain, then you write the program in that model. Abstract interpretation, AI. AI. You run the program in that model. Right. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting there. I'm trying to not to look up too much theory though, because I don't like reading. Especially reading the papers with math in it. They require you to read the other papers first, and that's annoying, even although the ideas that are presented in those papers are usually very simple. They just require too much prior reading to just understand the syntax that they are using in those papers. Abstract interpretation can prove the absence of runtime errors. Right. Right. I should look it up at some point. I don't want to work on the language right now, though. We're doing a game jam. Closest apple. Do we have a map or? I don't have a map or. I should add a map or. I mean, we can just do option map and then unwrap or. Option map. Apple, apple position, unwrap or this. There we go. There's a lot of other things that I should do first before further complicating the language and stuff. I should first make sure, like even the things that I already planned are so like overscoped that I don't know if I should be even looking up the new things. You have to find loop invariants automatically. Sometimes it's not possible, so you don't know which type it is. Specifically dependent types can have the same problem even if they are more manual, but obviously faster since verify instead of generate the invariants. All right, I lost my head. The loop invariants, you mean like what is going to be like not modified by the loop so that you can like reorder things when doing the optimizations or things like that. We are supposed to have the like the borrow checker like in Rust, so we actually will know what is going to be modified, what's going to be not modified easily, kind of, right? By just looking at the effects of the loop. That's the whole point, right? The effects are like the way to enforce the invariants. Instead of detecting them, we just, I mean, we're supposed to have the inference too, right? But you also can like specify them explicitly. Loop invariant is a proposition that is true no matter what, includes ranges and relations between variables. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. Yeah. I guess. I feel like should be a way to do those invariants like explicitly, right? And I have not tried languages like Lean, for example, but you can write proofs and things and like prove that the relation between the variables is like the way it is supposed to be, probably right there. Will the new language feature help you on the next gem? What new language feature? Writing invariants yourself is tedious. Yeah. Yeah, I have not tried it, so I cannot really comment on that. I should like first try those languages and like see, like there should be the way to automatically search for things, or yeah, like yeah, yes. But you should be able to write the things explicitly too. I feel like that's also important. Always. Like you should always be able to annotate the types, even though we could infer a lot of things. So player draw. And we lose the head. Why do I lose the head? I guess because of the... look at. Look at is used... Wait, look at is not used anywhere. What? Wait, it's used? Oh, wait a second. My references in the LSP are not showing all the references actually properly. Oh, because it's like two things. We're defining the yeah, okay, whatever. Have you read about model checking? No. Let me check real quick. Model checking. Abstract interpretation, I have heard this term before. But I don't remember anything about it. Method for checking whether a finite state model of a system meets a given specification. I don't know. Never saw this before. Look at minus top pos arg normalize divide by 2. Let x be this. X dbg print x. Let's just see in the console. What is it? It's none. Of course it's none. I knew it. Let's see. Look at top pos and x. This doesn't work. I need to like create an object here. All right, look at is like 4 2 top pos is 0 0. So what would result in a none here? The I mean, can A10-2 return none? It should never return none, right? A10-2 should never return none. Correct? This also should never result in none. V0, V1 result. Let's debug print when I call this function. A10 can return none. Yeah, but not A10 too, right? Undefined, undefined, none. Okay, there we go. It's because I have undefined, undefined here for some reason. The V, vec2, got undefined. How did that happen? So the arg is called over here. Oh, because look at minus top position. Because I'm using minus. I can never use minus. Basically what we did is something like this in JavaScript. We have A is like an object with X being 1, right? And B is the object with Y being 2 or something, right? And we say A minus B. This is none. There we go. So it's going to be vec2 sub. Until I do the operator overloading, which I should. It's not even that difficult, I think. Look at this. My guy is looking at the apples. All right. I think the only change that I need to do is model checking gives you automatic full functional correctness and full safety. Abstract interpretation does not have full functional correctness, but still full safety. The dependent types is manual, but full functional correctness and safety. It'll have a hybrid, I agree. Yeah. I guess. I mean, like in theory, you can look at the code that is written in C, for example, right, and prove that it is memory safe, right? In theory, that can happen. I'm guessing like model checking is what could like is like or abstract interpretation can allow you to prove that your C code is memory safe. But like, why would you want to write such code anyway? Because you want, as a programmer, to understand your program better. So having those being explicit is good. Sometimes the lifetimes in Rust. It can be a little bit overwhelming, I guess, sometimes. But it helps understanding the program. And same could be true about the other invariants that you want to, the other like proofs that you want to prove. Yeah, so will check in and after implementation proof C code save automatically. Yeah. Just like I'm saying, even if you can prove that it is safe, is it still better than using Rust? No, that's my opinion. That's what I'm talking about here. But the fact that they can do that is also pretty cool, I guess. I should learn the things sometime. So what I want to say is that if we are looking to the left, then I want to flip the thing actually. Yes, I want to flip. I want to flip. So how about we do this? Draw layer and draw quad X. I will want to be able to flip here. Might as well just set this as any matrix. Should I just give it any matrix here? I feel like I should. Like model matrix. Mat3. That's what I want. Let's go to getting draw quad, right? So instead of rotation and position and half size, instead of all of those, I'm just going to say the model matrix is okay. But do I have this? Let's see what I have in the matrix. I have the multiplication of the matrices. I have those. And I guess that should be enough. Let me try to just convert this to the matrix code first. So model matrix is going to be so we need to scale with half size, right? Then we need to translate to position. And then I want to rotate over here. Rotate using rotation. Well, I mean, the regular is not even rotating. So we just have scale and translate, and that's it. Right. Let's see. Translate vec2. This should return mat3, right? So let's say that this is dx dy, right? So I just return 1 0 dx, is that correct? 0 1 dy 0 0 1. Okay. Const scale is scale x, scale y. Rust is more verbose, but you can specify what you're doing and you cannot do whatever you want. There are some programs that cannot be proven safe. Right now, there is no tool or language that's perfect. Yeah, sure. Right. Now, Rust's borrow checker can be improved indeed to accept more code. I'm planning to have... so, my idea that I have not gotten to implementing yet is based on the Rust borrow checker, the ghost cell idea, plus the effect system, which is basically mutation of a variable is the side effect, which is going to be tracked in the type system. Instead of like capturing the mutable reference by disallowing the mutation anywhere else, we're going to allow mutation anywhere else, but we're going to make sure that when we do mutate, no one else is mutating by separating the pointer from the permission to mutate the data behind the pointer and stuff. So I'm not sure how like good my idea is going to be in reality, but I think it's going to be nice. But yeah, ghost cell is what I'm basing my current idea on. Ghost cell. And the permission bit is going to be passed as I guess a capability. It's a zero size type. It's going to exist only in compile time. So like, yeah. Ghost cell is when you die a virgin. SX 0 0 0 SY 0 0 0 1. Let's also do the rotate. Rotate is angle, which is float, right? And this should give me the matrix, which is going to be sin cos is sin cos A. So we give the matrix cos minus sin 0, sin cos 0 0 0 1, right? Is this correct matrix? I think so, not sure. Okay. So over here, when I say draw quad X, this is going to be the model matrix, right? Model matrix mat3. So we don't have position, half size, or rotation at all. We don't have position, half size, rotation at all. Instead, we set uniform to the model matrix to be model matrix. And in the shader, position, half size, rotation. Instead, we just have model matrix. And so over here, we'll just say projection matrix, view matrix, model matrix. There we go. So draw quad X over here. Now, when I'm drawing a layer, we need to say that model matrix is... right, let's see here. So first I need to scale using scale 1 I guess. Then we translate position. Translate over here. And then we also rotate. Rotation. A little bit of a weird formatting, but it's fine. I still have the error somewhere. No, I don't. My LSP is pretending that there are errors, but I don't actually have those. Shader compilation, pause undeclared and fire. Modern Auto Spark is more safe than Rust, but you need to write invariants. Yeah, probably. But is it zero cost safety? That's the question, because I feel like I looked at ADA at one point and like they have the range and types or something, right? And I'm pretty sure that those are checked at runtime. Or maybe I looked at some other language. Because it's not the dependent type, right? And stuff. Or is it? Like when you have the type range like this. Runtime range check, right? Like we want safety without compromising performance. Run stuff is only runtime if you cannot prove them statically. I see. That's nice. So what's the language that you suggest I should try? The ADA or someone else? Just do like, what's the most mature one with all of the things for safety, for zero cost safety? It's not vector 3 position, it's vector 3 A position. There we go. Okay, yeah, so there we go. There you go. I'm not sure, but maybe this made performance worse. Or maybe not. I don't know, it's still pretty running pretty well. Oh, it's because I'm running, I'm like logging a lot of things in the console. A dbg print. Over here, this. Let's get rid of that. That's probably why. Logging makes sense. I'm not sure. I need to like show my FPS somewhere. It's definitely more than 60. But I'm not sure it's 140. Maybe it is. Alright, so now that the matrices work, I want to be able to do more things. So player, when I'm rendering the layer, I want to do the flip, right? So flip is a boolean, and I'm just going to say that over here. I'm going to scale horizontally if flip, then -1, I guess, else 1. Right? Let's put the priority on my negation operator. It should be high priority, right? So I can just do this, probably. Flip is false. False, false, false. False, 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 false. Flip is going to be true only for the head, and flip is going to be true if look at 0 is less than top position 0. Okay, so I'm flipping, but then I need to fix the angle too, right? Because right, right. Let flip be this. So the angle, if we're looking left, then it should be 0 when we look there, and then we look up. Then it should be the thing. I feel like origin angle is going to be if flip, then it's going to be P, else it's 0. So I need to like rotate a relative to the to P in that case. Is that right? Wait, what? It looks right, but then it's wrong too. Because it's like the center is wrong. The center of the thing is wrong. Because I should flip around the what? The origin, and I'm not flipping around the origin. If I look at my player, right? Yeah, the center of the image is over there, which is wrong. So I should flip around the origin. Actually, if I have the origin... Hold on a second. Draw layer. I should just... now that I have the matrices, I'm just going to scale and rotate around the origin. Instead of doing this math over here, I'm just going to translate to the position, right? Origin position. Translate to the origin, which is back2 neg origin, I think, right? And then we translate to position plus origin. Do we have the neg? No. Let's do this here. Const neg is v back2 return back2. This is just negative v0 negative v1. Cubical Agri is the most advanced dependent type system currently. More advanced than Coq or Lean. It's more elegant, but never heard of anyone using it for anything but writing proofs. Yeah, I feel like Lean is the only language that is like usable for the programs other than just writing proofs, right? Or do people write actual programs in Coq? Like Coq is also using just for the proofs, right? Okay, look at this. Look at these guys. Do we like this animation now? I want to change the minimum by key. Back to the div. Wait a second. How does this even work? I was like, why am I looking at the wrong apple? It's because this over here is also using the subtraction operator instead of a vec2 sub. So I'm having the length of the none. So the closest apple is actually far from the closest, because we're comparing nuns here. You can turn Coq in a camel. It's used for programs too, but with your camel runtime. Alright, so now this should actually look at the closest apple properly, right? Okay. There you go. Look at closest apple. Whew. All right. It's been 6 hours. I could go further because I'm not like super tired yet, but I feel like I should do more stuff next day. Besides comp time, Zig isn't really interesting. I agree. Like, it's not interesting, but what I feel like what they have in Zig is implemented really well. Right? It's just not enough for me. But yeah. I do have comp time in my language too. We can have like little optimizations. So right now I don't have like the optimizer at all. One thing that I could do is, I don't know, let's find a thing. Like for example over here, degree to rad, right? This is me calling a function to convert degrees to radians, which results in me doing this multiplication. Oh, and yeah, I actually have this over here, right? So like this constant over here, without the eval, right? This would like add performance overhead, because like my operators actually have pretty big performance overhead currently. But I can just evaluate this at compile time, and we like just have the constant being in line like this. That's just like, I guess, the simplest example. I use the comp time everywhere. Like this over here is an expression which evaluates to a type, right? And I don't know. Over here, the generics are just introducing the variables at compile time too, and we can use it to write the derive macro like in Rust. But let me find my derive macro here. Derive, right? So like when I'm deriving, I'm just a deriver is basically just a function that takes a type as the argument and returns the AST, and we just run this function at compile time. I don't need to split into a separate crate or anything, and we use the reflection that's like similar to Zig, I suppose. And then I'm wondering if I will actually, instead of returning the AST, do something more similar to what Zig does. But yeah, I am using comp time all the time already. All right, that was good progress. Let's see. This person is offline.
Do I miss something? I think I have everything.
D2 Jam. How many people are doing the D2 Jam right now? Digital Iliad. Aragon is updating the website. Numbable. Making a man eating plants game. Garden Gnome. VTuber. Right. Let's go to Gnomable. How's the game going? Looks like the stream is over. Yeah, I'm just ending the stream here. I can show you the game. It's not a game yet, but we have the fancy animation of the farmer looking at the apples as they are being thrown, you know? So we have like this. I was working on the animation mostly, not on the actual gameplay. And I will think about this more. How to make the gameplay like interesting, challenging enough so that it would make sense to compete against other people actually. Even if I don't like come up with the good mechanic, just like having it for the sake of the animation is fine, I think, for the game jam. So we will add more things in the background. We'll try to animate those maybe too, like trees and things. We'll see. Alright. Yeah, anyway, that's it for me for today. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.
Still, okay, well now there's